Good morning. Oh, I need to clear my throat. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Happy Spookopoly. Sorry, my computer just went a little crazy. I hope the rolls are in your favor. I hope everything is going well. Let me know what you're reading in the chat. These are going to be dice sprints. The rules are in the description box if you need to check at any point. If you are somebody who reads more than one book at once, it's advised that you have 2 books to hand for the duration of these sprints, which will be going until sometime in the afternoon. I do have to go to the supermarket, so I'll probably be wrapping up before 5. I also broke a nail while I was in Italy, and I'm trying to see if I can get it repaired, so that might be happening today. But yeah, we're gonna knuckle down and get some reading done. I always forget that these are public sprints, so I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's comment like I can when I do Patreon sprints, so I am sorry for that. But hello everybody, I appreciate you being here. I hope you all enjoy or are enjoying the spooky theme of this year's Bookopoly-thon. Hope your Monday is going well. Oh, I hope you get better soon, Bex. Slewfoot and the book I'm reading for uni. Fair. That's a mix of required reading and pleasure. Good morning. Happy birthday to Lindsay. Thank you for spending your birthday with us. Going to be reading Killer Vacation, doing housework. Nice. Ooh, I hope you are getting the train somewhere exciting. Hello. Thanks, Francie. I'm happy to be back. Hi, Vivian. I had an amazing time in Italy and also Croatia before that. But I love, like, September and October are my favorite months. And by going away, I almost extended summer by a month. So I'm happy that the weather's not great and that it's a little bit cooler. And I'm ready to get into the spooky season mood. Got Frankenstein, Final Strife and Children of Time. Nice. Ooh, 5 a.m. Thank you for your dedication to the cause. Italy was wonderful. It was tiring. I gave myself some time. The reason why I'm here today is that I gave myself Monday as an extra recovery day in case I needed it. So I thought, because you know me, I can't do nothing. So I was like, well, I'm going to sit around and read anyway. So I may as well just do it on sprints. But yeah, I came back from Croatia feeling very refreshed. The pace of Italy was a little bit faster than that. So I came back feeling very tired. Also if you can tell by my throat, I have not even quite a cold because I don't feel ill in any way. But I started getting a sore throat while I was in Italy that turned into a little bit of a cough. So yeah, I don't know whether that's adding to how tired I feel, but there was a lot of walking. It was really full on and I had a great time. But I'm happy to spend a day just sitting around reading today. Pack for my London trip. I hope you have a nice time in London. Good evening from here, reading The Shining and Oathbringer. That's 2 chunky books, I believe. I haven't read The Shining, but I think it's pretty thick. Oh, Red Rising. I hope you love it. Witch's Guide to Fake Dating, A Demon for Green, and a Danish book called, I can't say that, so I'm not going to try. But for a book with a bird on the cover, nice. Book that wouldn't burn, and we'll swap to a reread of Piranesi for doubles, nice. Hey Una, how you doing? Oh, I love Hollow Parks. Reading For the Wolf, hope it lives up to expectations. I haven't read that yet, but I hope you enjoy it. Hi, Flora. I did, thank you. Hey, Kitty. Legendary. Lord of Chaos, The Beholder. Nice. Yeah, it was 27 degrees the last day that we were in Italy, and it's like 13 here. It's lovely. Sprints to be productive. I hope you get some stuff done, Laura. I'm happy to help. Recovering from yesterday's birthday food coma. Happy birthday for yesterday, Tina. Currently reading Venus and Adonis by Shakespeare. Hunting Prince Dracula by Kerry Maniscalco. Nice. The Trevi Fountain will always be my favorite place in Rome. I did enjoy Florence more than Rome though, because I think this sounds really weird to say, but like Florence feels more stereotypically Italian than Rome does. So when you think of Rome being like romantic and cozy and atmospheric, oh well, Italy, should I say, Rome isn't like that, but Florence is. So I prefer Florence over Rome, and the pace was a little bit slower in Florence as well. Still a very busy city, but compared to Rome, not quite so much. Also, Rome is very, very big, and Florence is like a little bit smaller. So I definitely enjoyed Florence over Rome. My favorite place in Rome is definitely the Trevi Fountain. Reading some Stephen King, The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. Good morning. How you doing? Thanks. I don't feel too bad. It's weird because the whole time I was really worried that I was going to get a cold and it was going to take me out, and it didn't at all. So it's like I wouldn't say that I'm ill, but I'm also not like 100% well. Hello. That works. That definitely works. There's leaves in the title. Having the day off. I hope you get some stuff done. I've already been in August before, and it was hot, but it was also hot and humid in September as well. But yeah, when I went in August, it was like 34 degrees. Last week's school stuff before I can jump into Mexican Gothic. I wish you a speedy studying session so you can get to reading. Don't know if I'm going to be reading or grinding Animal Crossing at the moment. Nobody talked to me about games because I didn't get Baldur's Gate because I was away for most of September. And when I wasn't away, I needed to be working because I needed to maximize my efficiency so I could be away for half of September. And then this month, I'm trying not to buy Baldur's Gate because I'm hosting a readathon. So I would like to do well in the readathon, but I really want it. So nobody talked to me about games. I'm hanging on by a thread. Reading and studying drowning. Need to roll again for doubles. Fair. Hey, greetings from sunny Croatia. You have a beautiful country, and I enjoyed it a lot. Oh, Florence is beautiful. Good morning. Cinder and Sparrows for the purple prompt. Nice. Oh, God, that sucks. I hate that for you. I'm sorry. That's terrible for a Monday as well. Oh, going on my birthday treat for my birthday last week. What started Quidditch Through the Ages last night for TBR Vet. I hope you enjoy your little birthday treat. I've got quiet pets as well today because I only picked them up from the city yesterday. So Brie is like, she's out for the count and she will be for most of today. Yeah, that's why I feel like it feels weird to say Rome feels less Italian because it has like all of these ancient Roman monuments. But in terms of atmosphere, like Florence is like gives you that vibe, and Rome is just like very. I feel like it's very modern in terms of like while it has all of these ancient historical things, aside from them, it functions like just a general city, not like this like insanely historic landmark, if that makes sense. But yeah, I love Rome because I've been to Rome before, but definitely seeing the comparison to Florence, like I definitely, if I went back, I would like to spend more time in places like Florence as opposed to spending a lot of time in Rome again. Hello, currently in between books. We'll use the first round of sprints to clean out my closet. Hopefully I make decent progress so I can use the second for reading. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Gonna switch to cross stitch if it's a double. Storm here in Glasgow last week. No, it's cool, but the sun is out. Well, at least where I am. It's just grey outside here. We don't really have any sun. Feeling like that with a sore throat for 2 weeks, then got properly sick. It's a very common symptom of the new corona variant, though, so gotta be careful. Oh, okay. Was also exhausted when I came back from the UK on Wednesday. I visited 5 cities in 6 days, so I was constantly moving, which was very tiring. Oh dear. Playing Palia, and my productivity has been on the brink of disaster already. That's why I don't want to install Baldur's Gate right now. Also, like I'm thinking the longer I wait, the cheaper it will be. And I still haven't finished Divinity, so I have that to play. Oh, I hope you feel better. Might just be hungry. Going to be switching between The Only Good Indians and Toil and Trouble short story collection. Rome feels very busy even to us natives. I was wondering, actually, does anybody who lives in Italy, like just outside of Rome, maybe ever just go on a random weekend, let's go into the city? Because I feel like if I lived near Rome, I would avoid it at all costs because it's like insanely busy. Like, obviously, I've been to London and I go to London a couple of times a year. And it feels much worse than London, even though London also has that ridiculously overly busy kind of vibe. Oh, I hope you enjoy setting that up. Oh god, yeah, like she took one look at me when I picked her up yesterday. I walked into the sitter, all of the other dogs ran at me and like jumped up at me for fussing, and Brie took one look at me, turned around and ran in the other direction. My traveling plans for next year. So I have Thailand in February, which is a Trover trip if you guys want to join. I'm going to Florida for 2 weeks in September, which is a trip with like my friends. 6 of us are going. And that means that I potentially want to do something with Curtis in the middle of the year, but I don't really know what. Maybe Milan and Venice, or also like Barcelona. Curtis wants to go to Barcelona. If we do just one city, it will be more of like a 4-day trip, I think. And if not that, then potentially a Trover trip for October or November. But based on the survey, everyone wants to go to Europe. And Europe is obviously much better from like March or April through to September than it is October or November. But it is like the itineraries are more expensive. So I want to give people plenty of time to like budget that if they did want to go. So I don't know yet for the third thing, but I do feel like I want to maybe do something else. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just save money. We'll see. You do. Okay. So we are approaching the time where we're going to do our first roll. My book, so I'll fill you in on what I'm reading. I have 2 books. One is a Spookopoly book, which is Savage Lands. And then the other one is Fires of Heaven. Thank you to everybody who told me to listen to the audio of this, because it is revolutionary. So the way that I'm doing this, I will of course swap if I have to, if the dice make me. But aside from that, I'm reading 50 pages of this and listening to a chapter of this, because the chapters are like, I'm on page 58 and this is the beginning of chapter 2. So they're long chapters. When I'm listening to the audio of this, I will also be diamond painting, because y'all know I can't sit still. And yeah, that is the plan. So I'm hoping, because of the length of this, I'm hoping to continue with this rhythm for the entirety of time that I'm reading this one. And hopefully at some point I'll be able to get it in for a Spookopoly prompt. It is in my chance stack. And I also am pretty sure that in my community shelf stack, I have book club as a prompt. But aside from that, I'm pretty sure the only things that this would fit for is dice roll roulette, if I'm lucky enough to roll a 12, or Michael Myers, because it's a sequel, or Big Book. I'm pretty sure that's all that I could fit this for. So the chance of me getting into Spookopoly is small. But that's kind of my plan. So we're gonna have a great time. We are starting we're doing a Discord for that to for everyone who's joining to join. And Ashley will be setting that up soon, I think. So keep your eye out for that, because we need to sort out flights and stuff. And I know everybody else was asking for like help with setting that up. Or sorry, because yeah, it's just cheaper if you buy a return, but that is logistical. Like some things need sorting out. Hello. I am gonna roll for the first sprint. So like I said, the rules for dice sprints are in the description box. If you need a refresher, I will just explain it once here. But if you miss it, or if anybody misses it and comes in and asks what the rules are, they are in the description box. So I'm gonna roll 2 6-sided dice. Each dot is the same concept as the dice roll roulette square. Each dot represents 5 minutes, and that will determine the length of the sprint. If we roll a double, as you know, the Spookopoly rules is that you add a roll. So if we roll a double, the rule is that you switch books. If you are not somebody who reads 2 books at once, or if you just don't want to, you don't have to, but those are like technically the rules. So first, oh, and the double doesn't count on the first roll because we haven't started. So if it's a double, that's fine. And it is a double, but it is, oof. I feel, because obviously it's going to take me a couple of minutes to set up, but this is the exact length of the chapter of Fires of Heaven I'm going to be reading. But I'm obviously going to need a minute or two to get myself set up. So we're going to have a little bit left over. But the first sprint will be 30 minutes. Which... let me just get us all set up. I'm using a new Pomodoro timer, which I only used it once with my patrons before I went to Italy. So I'm like, oh, I remember how to do it. There we go. It's like a new one completely, but I like the backgrounds on it. So yeah, if it takes me a while to set it up, it's because I've forgotten how to use it and I need to get to grips with it. But our first sprint will be 30 minutes and I'll see you all very soon. Hello. I have a minute and a half left of my chapter. So I was correct. You know what? I would have made it as well if the postman hadn't come. I did a boo-boo, guys. I accidentally, when I pre-ordered Lore Olympus Volume 5, I put 2 in my basket. So now I have 2 copies of Lore Olympus, and I'm going to have to return one at some point because they're just standard editions as well. I definitely don't need 2. But yeah, so my plan at the beginning of the next sprint is to listen to that minute and a half and then switch back over to Savage Lands, which I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's there. Hello. I'm glad you liked it. 120 of Children of Time, 3 chapters for Lindsay. I can't believe how much smoother the audio is for Wheel of Time. I don't feel like I could have just jumped in with the first book listening to audio, but now I'm a bit more familiar with the characters. I think the audio is pretty easy to listen to. Hello, page 514 in Best Served Cold. Nice. Clean my room, read a couple of chapters. Should get lunch started. Oof, I just had breakfast not long ago, but now that you've said lunch, I'm thinking about food. 57 of Hollow Pox. Edited some September wrap-up. I haven't even filmed mine yet. When my YA Fairy Loot comes, I have everything I need for my unboxing, and I want to film them at the same time, but I don't want to do an unboxing with a broken nail, so I'm trying to see if I can get it repaired. But I'll either be filming tomorrow or Thursday if... Oh my god. Sorry, I've just seen the amigurumi that M is working on. That is so cute. Some pages, there we go, and a quarter of an amigurumi arm. The amigurumi arm is hard to say. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly as well. Oh no, Gallant is on standby for doubles. My cat is like passed out full stretch on the bed right now. 43 pages left, 30 pages. Gonna listen to my audiobook while I clean because we've lived here for almost a year and it's a new build, so we're due a final inspection. But instead I listened to Taylor Swift. That is fair. You can tell my hormones are all over the place today because I was just minding my own business. I was making the thumbnail for these sprints actually, and Marjorie by Taylor Swift came on my shuffle and I started sobbing. So yeah, and then Curtis came downstairs and was like, what the hell has happened? And I'm like, absolutely nothing. Nothing has happened. Just listening to Marjorie. 21 pages of Gleam by Raven Kennedy. Also having the best cuddles with my dog. Mine is about to start dreaming. I think her toes are twitching. Can you see those toes? Look. So if you hear some like groaning, that's why. 26 pages and 8 dinner. Cat was upset he didn't get any steak. I mean, that's fair. It's true. It's true. Had breakfast. Very nice. Oh, me too. Especially, I was supposed to have 2 sets. The reason why I've got Halloween nails now is because I was supposed to have 2 full sets of Halloween nails, one on the 12th of October and one on Halloween. But my nail tech is going to Venice and she got the dates wrong in her diary. So now I don't have the Halloween appointment. I have an appointment in November. So now I just get 1 set of Halloween nails. Apart from these are like more chill. I normally get like really extra Halloween nails and I just don't know what I want them to be. Called my cousin and continued work. My brain is so scattered today. That's fair. I'm very sleepy. We're getting ready to show the Iris Tour movie at work. It's going to be amazing. I need outfits for 4 weeks. Oh my god, I love that. No, I will cry at Marjorie next year. I'm seeing her with my cousin and aunt. We'll all probably be crying. That song didn't hit for me. Marjorie did not hit for me at all until I saw it live. And I sobbed because obviously like my mum died 5 years ago. So it's is it the bridge that it is that always makes me cry? Because I'd listened to the album before, but like I just listened to the I knew it was for her grandma, but I hadn't really listened to the lyrics. Because obviously while the whole song is about her grandma, it's the bridge that's like really like that really hits where it's like, what's the lyric? It's like Wish I'd Asked something. I can't remember. Why can't I remember it? I've got the grocery store receipt. She says like, wish I kept every grocery store receipt because every piece of you would be taken from me. And it's that bit that like makes me cry every single time. Well, not every single time, like it always hits. But yeah, today it was sobbing. So there's that. Taylor Swift. It is Taylor Swift. Oh dear. I don't know if I want to see that. I kind of do. But then I feel like it's not going to be in cinemas forever. Like I feel like it is going to come to streaming services. And I saw the Eras tour obviously this year, and I'm seeing it next year as well. So I'm like, do I want to kind of just wait? Or maybe I'll go with Curtis, because Curtis, we expected the Taylor Swift tickets for the UK to be super expensive, like they were for the US. So he said like, it's not worth it for me. I'd like to go, but like it's not worth the price. But then because of having early access without the surge pricing, it ended up reasonable and he could have gone, but we didn't know that at the time. That I should have asked you questions, should have asked you how to be. Yeah. Asked you to write it down for me. Oh, I can't. It hits too deep and every single time now, which is wild because like I said, I listened to it like the first couple of times and didn't even like pay attention that much. This is fair. This is also fair. Only 4 weeks in cinema. They have really strict showing schedules, but might be different country to country. Yeah, I know that. I think tickets already went on sale for it, so I don't even know if there'll be any left. But like, if I miss it, I'm not going to be super mad about it. I do feel like it is going to end up on streaming services or something eventually. Because it would be wild if they went to the whole trouble of making it and showed it for 4 weeks and then never again. I feel like there is going to be another way to get hold of it in the future. And like, the next show I'm seeing is in June, so that's at least another 6 months. What month is it? October? 8 months for them to decide to show it on a different platform than just in cinemas. So yeah, I'll see it eventually. Because like this is the only tour that I've ever seen from Taylor Swift. And to make it worse as well, because what I was saying about Marjorie and my mum dying 5 years ago, my mum actually died on the day that Taylor Swift was in Manchester for the Reputation tour, which would have been my local show. And I was planning on trying to get, like for stadiums, how they do the morning drop of tickets. I was planning on getting tickets or trying to get tickets in the morning drop. And like back then, getting Taylor Swift tickets was easier than it is now. But obviously that wasn't a great day. So like that's even like a double whammy. But I watch the Reputation one from time to time. I haven't seen, I like the Long Pond sessions as well, but I haven't seen Miss Americana yet. So it's kind of like a casual watch for me. It might be more interesting actually watching the Eras one because I've seen the actual show to like relive it in terms of memories as well. But yeah, we'll see, because if I don't never see it, it's not going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. Yeah, that would be wild. So even if it takes them a while to move on to streaming services, like I'm in no hurry. They've got over 8 months till I see the show again, so anytime after that would be fine. Yeah, I mean the Long Pond sessions are on Disney. So I would not be surprised. Make a cuppa and eat breakfast. Sounds beautiful, Emma. Okay, the timer for our break is about to go off. So let's roll. Oh, that is unfortunate. Very unfortunate, actually. That is that's a double one. That's a 10-minute sprint. And we have to swap as well. So if anybody would like to take this time to maybe go get a drink, get a walk around, stretch your legs, I would not blame you. I am going to listen to the last minute and a half of my, what is it called? Oh, actually, because this is a short sprint, I'm going to set the timer for the break to 5 minutes, because we don't need another 10-minute break after a 10-minute sprint. But yeah, I'm going to listen to my last minute and a half, and I'm going to, I guess, like, pack away my diamond painting to move on to Savage Lands soon, you know. This is fair. I'm not even like a super fan of Taylor Swift either. I'm like a moderate fan, I would say, of Taylor Swift. But yeah, I think for me it's like a massive nostalgia thing as well. I remember getting Fearless when I was 13 for Christmas. So she's like an artist that I've grown up with, especially with her being like a similar age to me. So yeah, that's why I'm a massive Taylor Swift fan. Like, I wasn't even consistently one. I don't like Red very much. And I got back into her at 1989. So like Speak Now and Red, I listened to, but I don't like Red and Speak Now was like, I just passively listened to. So yeah, there's some real Swifties out there. I'm just like, I would say I'm wearing a Taylor Swift sweatshirt right now. And I do obviously like spend a lot of money this year to see Taylor Swift. But yeah, I'm not even the world's biggest fan. But it is, oh God, if you want some more emotions today. Oh my God. Right, well, I'm going to let you all procrastinate or not procrastinate for 10 minutes, and I'll see you all soon. Hello, I need to pause my music. Spotify made a very autumnal pop punk playlist for me this morning, which I really appreciate. It's kind of, it asked what was in my day list, and it was like pop punk, emo, or something. And I clicked pop punk, and it made me a playlist called Acoustic Midwest Emo Monday Morning. Living for it. Literally no complaints to be had here. Ooh, pesto pasta. Nice. I love that. Is she getting up? No, she is definitely not getting up. Look at that. She's out for the count. It is such a vibe. I'm having a great time. Oh my god. Oops. So because I didn't tell you how many pages I'd read last time because I was listening to an audiobook. Across the 2 sprints, I listened to 22 pages of Hamilton's on my knee and he's digging his claws into my actual kneecap. But I read 22 pages over those 2 sprints because God, this book is long-winded as fuck. But the next one is only 22 minutes. So at least there's that. I can't cope with this boy. He's very, because obviously he's been at the city. He's been at the sitter and he is a clingy one. So he has missed his mother and he's being very clingy. Hello, Rachel also asked this, and I was going to type it, but I forgot. We're going until sometime in the afternoon. I want to say at least 4 hours from now, but maybe a bit longer. I do need to go to the supermarket because we went yesterday and did a full shop, but they didn't have 2 things that are crucial to the 2 meals that I would like to make for today and tomorrow. So I have to go back and get those. It's stuffed mushrooms and baguettes. And yeah, so I'm going to be wrapping up before 5, but we'll see. We'll see. But I mean, fair. I mean, good luck getting on with her though, because she is really spreading out there. This is a hard question to answer because, like, I've been saying in the spoiler vlogs and stuff that I've been making that, like, I like the plot. And as you get to book 4, you start to see how intricate the plotting is. But Robert Jordan's writing style is so long-winded, and the way that he talks about men, it's like being in the pub with a bunch of old men who are like, oh, if you want your wife to be nice to you, like, you have to give in and do what she says, and then occasionally you can go do what you want. And it's exhausting. But then everybody who's a massive fan of the series agrees with me, and they're like, but it's worth it though. So I don't know at this point, because I haven't made it to the point where I think it is worth it. I don't know. Yes, I am back in the country for the rest of the year. Fully back at work is an interesting question because, like, I'm only doing 3 days this week, maybe. I do have a Lake District. I'm going to the Lake District at some point this month from Thursday to Sunday. But yes, I am back to my fully normal schedule until February, which is going to be a bitch of a month, let me tell you. So yeah, I'm back. I'll be doing lots of reading. I'll be back on my Patreon bullshit, which I haven't like slacked on my responsibilities or anything really, but there's a couple of bits that I've fallen behind on, or I haven't been like as present as I normally am. I did also buy stuff to do a restock in August for candles, and I still haven't even started it. So I do really want to do a restock this month. I miss it. I miss making candles. It's hard to find time to do it and maintain a decent amount of reading and my Patreon responsibilities and my channel without overscheduling myself and going insane. But I would like to also do a candle restock. So yeah, I guess. I just, especially seeing as like my mental health was bad last year, I'm a bit more like with the flow now. I have a minimum amount of responsibilities and I find that energizes me to do more when I can. Like I didn't plan on being here today and I didn't have to be here today, but I was like, you know what, I want And when I overcommit myself and overschedule myself and give myself so many things to do, things like sprints start to feel like a burden, which I don't want. And also when I start to get like that feeling of a burden about things, then I start to feel overwhelmed and I just don't want to do them at all. So yeah, I'm fully back for now. That is wild. It is. I don't really want to do like, I'm not stocking for like a big Christmas rush, but people will end up like buying for Christmas. I just want to get back in the groove of it a little bit more because I do really miss it. In terms of like which of my jobs is more anxiety inducing, definitely YouTube. I find candle making quite relaxing, so I'd like to do some of that, especially as I'm going to be hibernating for the winter, so I should in theory have time. But it's hard because like I could do candles or I could read more, and I think I found a lot of balance this year where I'm like putting away the book stuff and doing other things that bring me joy, and that has really helped to have more of a life outside of reading. And while my candles are based on books, the act of like making them is not reading, which is good for me mentally as well. Okay, third sprint incoming. I threw one of those on the floor and Hamilton has gone to retrieve it. He was not happy about that, actually. I love how in my TBR video, a book fully hit him on the head and he didn't mind. And I had the audacity to roll a dice over him and he's just like, he's having none of that. No, because that does not... Candle making is too much brain activity for me to listen to an audiobook because I don't retain information through audio as well. There's a very fine line between what I can do while listening to an audiobook. So I can do a jigsaw puzzle, I can diamond paint. That might be it. That might be it. I can read along, but I can't play Dreamlight Valley. I can't make candles. Yeah, so it's very like I have to be doing something while I'm listening to an audiobook, but my list of activities are very limited. Like I really need to sort out the Patreon bookmark for this month so that I can put them both in for print, because the one thing that I did fall behind on was I haven't sorted the September one out, but I can't. That's too much thinking to listen to an audiobook. It cannot be done. So this is the roll. It's 9, which is 45 minutes, a nice good sprint. I will be switching over to Savage Lands, but the chapter of Wheel of Time that I just listened to was the one that I should have listened. Wow. Did it really just do that? I can't even tell you why my camera just did that, my guys. But I will be fixing that in the next sprint. I am going to set us up with a sprint because it's just not cooperating. So I will set that to 45 minutes. And where am I? Okay, I'll see you all soon and I will try and fix this technical difficulty that we're having. Hello. I seem to have fixed my technical difficulty. I had my screen folded in, so I'm not sure if it like overheated or something, but I mean, I turned it straight back on and we seem to be fine. But in that sprint, I read 25 pages of Savage Lands. What I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by my camera turning off is that the chapter of Wheel of Time that I listened to at the beginning of these sprints was one that I owed myself because I'd read past page 150 of Savage Lands. So I only had 25 pages of that to read before I listened to another chapter because I'd hit page 200. So I read 25 pages of that and 8 pages of this, and then I stopped. I got to a chapter break where we changed characters. So I put it down because in the next sprint, I'm going to be making dinner or lunch, should I say. And I have 11 and a half minutes left of that chapter on audio for when I get back. So I'm hoping for a decent sized sprint for the next one. Because your girl is hungry. I think we're going to make avocado toast and poached eggs. Good morning, my love. At least 3 p.m. UK, maybe longer. Hello, finished one part of my work that I have to do. I still need to do my taxes today. Don't mention taxes. I need to sort out my accounts. Actually, something that I need to do that wouldn't take very long is I need to just submit my tax return. Which is due. It's only due at the end of January, but it'll let me know for sure because I have an estimate of how much tax I owe that doesn't account for my student loan repayment. So if I submit my tax return, I'll have a final figure of how much that is. I mean, I've added it up to get like a rough estimate, but yeah, if I submit it, I'll get a final figure of how much I'm going to owe in January. So I need to do that just so I'm aware. But I fucking hate taxes, man. But I actually really enjoy it, which sounds weird, I know, but like I will procrastinate on it because it's an admin task. But I actually really like doing my taxes and my accounts because it's super methodical and it involves numbers, and I love that shit. I wish that the result of it wasn't that I had to pay money to the government because that's no fun. But I do when I get invested because I can't just go on because sometimes I want to go on and be like, oh, I just need to make sure this payment is categorized correctly. But then I have to do it all. I can't just stop. So I gotta leave it for a time when I actually have the time to invest in it because when I've started, I'm not stopping until it's done. Ooh, I'm just thinking about food now. I really am. Haven't read anything yet. We'll be cycling through Piranesi, Bone Season, and Icebreaker. That's a nice mix. Oop, Tender as the Flesh. Worked on my weekly planner. Nice. Accidentally fell asleep while listening to my audiobook. Was already thinking of DNFing. I mean, I feel like your brain DNF that for you, maybe. 35 pages read. Not bad, not bad. Gonna put this away because who knows if we'll have a cat on the desk while I go for lunch. Bree's still asleep on the couch, as you can see. Hamilton's now asleep on the rug next to me. He likes it when Bree's tired because she doesn't chase him. Not that she chases him too much anyway. She more like he'll lie down and then she'll come and stand and start nudging him with her face more than like chasing him. But it means that he gets to actually chill out. 20 pages of The Bridge Kingdom. 4 chapters of Frankenstein. We'll make pizza for lunch in the next sprint. I haven't had some in ages. I've had some pizza recently. We'll listen to Bit of Twins while doing so. Nice. After my lunch break, I really need to get my shit together. Otherwise, I'll never finish work. Oops. Oh, that was my lip gloss, wasn't it? Was it? Yeah. I think I'm going to go with avocado toast and poached eggs. Although I did make a massive shepherd's pie or cottage pie last night. And we do have so we do have leftovers, but they taste better if they've been in the fridge longer. So I want to leave them at least like 2-3 days before I reheat those. And then tonight depends on if I can get the stuffed mushrooms and the baguettes I need from Tesco because I need the stuffed mushrooms for making salmon with stuffed mushroom, baby sweet corn, and sugar snap peas. And with the baguette, I have pepper sauce and chicken, onion, and peas to make like a hot baguette, which both are very exciting. When we were in Italy, Kayla was reading it. And I don't know how far in you are, but she said that the writing really wasn't good to start off with, but she said it was getting better at the point that she was at, which I have no idea how far in that is. Had a work meeting and started listening to A Discovery of Witches. Nice. 15% on my Kindle for that last sprint. Very optimistic I'll finish this book today. If you're getting through it that quick, then maybe you will. Reading Scary Lessons by Emi Ishikawa. Oh. Damn. That's unfortunate. I know it's a TikTok book, which I had no idea it existed until I saw Kayla reading it. And the cover was intriguing. So, yeah. I'm glad you're all reading it for me and telling me it's not good. So I don't have to waste my time with that. Making pancakes, listening to the Drone Girls. Nice. I'm actually, because I'm rereading Savage Lands, it's actually reminded me a lot of Fourth Wing in that, like, especially to start off with, it starts off, like, reading very YA with a very, like, stereotypical YA fantasy 2015 kind of setup. And even when I read this for the first time, I was like, it isn't great, but it's really compelling. And yeah, I kind of stand by that. Now that I'm rereading it as well, I'm like, oh yeah, like the writing isn't great in this, but it's compulsively readable. Good morning. Welcome to Sprance. So incredibly meh, very, very basic. Was so excited for this book. I'm so annoyed because I'm like, they could all die and I would not care. That is the worst. Meh books are my least favorite. Ooh. This is like a very important decision that you have to make right now. Pizza pockets for lunch. Nice. Oh, I'm going to text Curtis actually. Because we have lunch together. Even if we don't eat the same thing, we have lunch together at the same time every day. In 3 minutes. I'll just ask him if he wants the same as me so that I can get it started. Ooh. I'm excited to roll for my next book. I mean, I still have 160 pages of this left, but I feel like we still have 3 hours. We've only done 2 hours of sprints, and I'm making good progress. Technically, with my page breakdown, I only have to listen to, once I finish the chapter I'm currently listening to, I only have to listen to one more chapter of this today. So I don't know whether I'm going to continue to alternate between them or whether I'm just going to stop at what my page goal would be. But if I could finish this tonight, it would be great. I do have the Buffy watch along with my patrons tonight. We're finishing season 6. So if I don't finish it in sprints, might not finish it tonight, but we'll see. Wowza. I was the same with Savage Lands, binged the whole series. Do we know when the live show for the Fires of Heaven is? Okay, so I told Sandra that I could do either the 14th or the 28th, and she said she had no preference. So I think it's going to be on the 14th or the 28th. I didn't confirm for the 14th because she gave me an out essentially where I could go, oh, I'll take it easy then. I'll only read 30 pages a day, when realistically I actually want to have it done as quickly as possible. But I didn't want to commit to that and then be stressed about it. So, yeah. No, the 8th of October is the live show for Best Served Cold. It was postponed to next week. Right, 30 seconds left. Let us roll. Hoping for something pretty decent. At least 30 minutes, but hopefully more. I mean, I said hopefully 30 minutes and it gave me 30, so I can't complain too much. Just means that I'm going to have to hustle. 30 minutes should be fine, to be fair. Let me just change this back to 10 minutes so that it works properly. Okay. I will see y'all in 30 minutes. I'm going to go make my eggs and avocado toast. Hello. I'm just checking the heat of my camera after our little mishap we had earlier. I had my lunch. It was very good. 10 out of 10. I cooked the eggs perfectly so that they were mostly like firm, but like just the very center of them was soft. And I listened to 6 minutes of my audio, so I've got another 5 minutes left of this chapter before we switch back over to Savage Lands. We're in Matt's perspective now, which ain't too bad. Because I think he's one of the characters I'm most interested in. I'm already going into this book aware that like there's not much Perrin in it, so I won't be disappointed by that because I guess I already know. Still disappointing though because I really liked his perspective in book 4. I wouldn't say it is, especially because the tone of Masters of Death is quite humorous. First readers poll pick, book 57. Nice. I like that book. 24, 20. Hello. I actually am enjoying it. I think that because Robert Jordan's writing style is so accessible, the reason why it's difficult to read is not because it's dense, it's because he goes on and on over and over again. So the narration's working quite well for me, especially because I'm like diamond painting at the same time just to keep my hands occupied. And I'm only doing it in short bursts as well. I'm doing like 30 minutes of listening and like 50 pages of physical reading. So we're good. If it ever gets to a point where I have to read like big chunks of it, I think I might lose my mind. But aside from that, it's going well. Got my kid to school, made a coffee, made it just in time to start a fresh sprint. 21 of Slewfoot, 8% of Ace of Spades, samosas, nice. Also had lunch. I'm glad we all took this time to get some food. Ooh, paint by numbers. Nice. I want to get a paint by numbers. Although the thing about diamond painting, I don't love diamond painting as like my favorite. It's not my favorite hobby ever. But I like that I can get out and just do a bit. Like you can't do that with painting by numbers because you have to like clean your brushes and stuff. But I have been thinking about paint by numbers recently. And oh, are you kidding? Did I miss? I missed one, so now I'm gonna have to get that color out just for 2 because I missed 2, which is really frustrating. But oh well. I thought I was really good about making sure that I got all of those as well. Oh no. Hello. Distracted by ice cream and scrolling. That's a very valid thing to get distracted by. Morning, Deb. Hope you're enjoying your jet lag. When are you going back to work, Deb? Didn't read, scroll through social media, made a coffee, updated my reading journal. Fair. Hello, Ellen. Welcome. Oh, I did. Right. I came home. I got home at 6:30. I think maybe it was just past 6. By 7 p.m., I had unpacked my case, showered, put my pajamas on, and I was sat on the couch, wrapped in blankets, waiting for my takeout to arrive. And it was beautiful. But I haven't done laundry yet. There's 3 baskets of laundry in the middle of the floor. And I should say as well that Curtis did unpack the big case. I did the little one, so it's not like I did it all by myself. Before you think I'm like Superwoman. Hello. I really want to read that. That is up there on my priority list to get done in October. I said in my TBR that there was, because I landed on green, and I said that I had really good books if I landed on purple or orange. If I landed on orange, I was going to do You Again, and if I landed on purple, I was going to read the Fairy Loot edition of The Shadow Cabinet. But then I also have like new purple books and so much purple, but I got green. And green is fine. It's a fine color. I have plenty of green books, but not spooky ones or like autumnal ones. Bless you. Did put laundry to dry while listening to Funny Feelings. Nice and productive. Did you prove you weren't a fairy? Wow. That's very chaotic of you. That is a good idea because we are going to be finishing season 6 tonight. I mean, you're getting an extra few hours every night, so I feel like you've got this. Good morning. This is one of the purple books that I have that I'm really excited about. Amberly very kindly gifted it to me during the trip because I kept picking it up and looking at it and then putting it back down and being like, no, I don't need it. So she just kind of run off and bought it and was like, here you go. So I'm really excited to get to this. The reason I was nervous about it is because I loved Meg Cabot 15 years ago, but I haven't read anything by her since. So I'm like, I'm scared of picking it up and her writing not have evolved with the times and it being bad. But I'm also really excited to get to it, and I keep wanting to reread the Mediator series, and I don't have it. I've got the Missing series. I've got Size 12 is Not Fat. And I've got her vampire books that I didn't read at the time and I haven't read since. But my favorite Meg Cabot books were Mediator and Avalon High. I always forget that she wrote Princess Diaries because Princess Diaries is like my least favorite, probably, of all of her books. Sending good laundry vibes to anyone who needs it. The sad thing is that before we went away, the laundry baskets were empty. We did not need good laundry vibes, but now we do. Now we do. And it's going to be a lot slower getting the laundry done as well because if I wake up and it's sunny, I'm obviously inspired to do laundry because I can hang it out. So those days are not going to be existing. Although apparently in the middle of October, we're going to go back up to 25 degrees. So maybe. Okay. Landed on orange. I was so excited. It's because I just got them as well at the beginning of September. So I've stopped putting my books away when I get them now. I've just started stacking them for the haul because now that I have shelves all over my house, I get really annoyed when I have to go around and like get them from everywhere. So I can see them staring at me all the time because they're in a stack there at the bookcase, and I'm like, I want to read this. And it's like one of those where like I feel like if I miss the season for especially like You Again, I don't even know how autumnal the book is inside, but because the cover's so autumnal, I'm never going to prioritize it in a season that isn't autumn. So I just really want to get to it, and also like while I'm still excited about it as well. Oh my god, yes, there are so many. I have not read that one in a long time. I read it when I was a kid, and obviously it's one of her adult books. And I know that the series went further than I read because, like, I don't know if I read Size 14 is Not Fat either. And there's more past that as well. Yeah. We'll see. We're all in this together. All American Girl, that wasn't one of my favorites. I mean, this is fair. You had a very long trip home. I also read them from the library. I don't think I owned Mediator. And I got the Lightning Strike series, the Missing series from like a charity shop, and I just sniped them all. But that was also not one of my favorites. I much preferred Mediator. Oh, jealous. I do love like a good laundry day where you can get your laundry out by like 10 in the morning and it's dry by like 1. Oh, damn. See, no, I like filming hauls because they're easy content to make because it's like I don't have to make a list or like plan what the video is going to be. I just need to pull the stack towards me and separate them into piles. So I love a haul, but I also don't let them get that big. That would be a lot. Good night. I will indeed give Brie a cuddle from you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Look at her face. Oh, wow. That sounds like an amazing plan to me. Hello, welcome to Sprints. Okay, let's roll for the next one. My plan is to finish my chapter of Wheel of Time and then read 50, I think it's going to be 54 pages of Savage Lands will take me to the chapter break after page 250. It is a decent length. and not a double. We have, which is 45 minutes. Perfecto. Fair. Where am I? Okay. I am 200 pages in, but it's a reread for me. I've read the first 2 pillows. Sorry. Just read this. Yeah, she does that a lot. I've read the first 2 books before. Yeah, no, I just mix all mine together. Although some of them have more TBR books. I'm like, there's a shelf down there, the bottom of the bookshelf is only read books. And like I'll move them around a little bit sometimes because I prefer to have read books downstairs and TBR books upstairs if there's not, because my hardbacks aren't as organized as I would like them to be due to me having shelves all over the house. But where, like, if I get a hardback from upstairs and I read it, because I have like subscription bookshelves up there, if I get one from upstairs and I read it, I will swap it for a book from downstairs that I haven't read. If that makes it, they're just pretty much all over the place. I read my pillow at night when I'm supposed to be reading my book and I fall asleep. But yeah, I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Hello. How did that sprint treat you? I finished my chapter of Wheel of Time, Fires of Heaven, and then I read, I think, 39 pages of Savage Lands. So I'm on page 240 of this. Because of where the chapter break ends, I've got 22 pages that I need to read before I switch back over to the Fires of Heaven, obviously assuming that we're not going to roll a double. And this one, I'm on page 99, and I have 2 chapters to get to my daily page goal. My daily page goal today would be 128, but the chapter ends on page 132. I am just going to check. It's 60 something pages a day. I want to check if it's 64 or what's the other one? 62. How many pages do we have in this book? Too many is the answer. 877. Divided by 14, 62. So it would be 124 for today. But still 132 is the closest. Yeah. Oh, damn. Well, I mean, at least you're getting through them quick, making decisions. Oh, I don't even remember which one that you did watch. Are you sure that you have one more to go until you've caught up? Because we have 3 episodes tonight. The last session was just a 2-episode session. So I feel like if you're shooketh, maybe you should be stopping there. Potentially. 37 left of my book. 117, 80 pages left. Oh, you're doing very well. Hello. Switch to audiobook for assistant to the villain, but need to charge my headphones for. Finished ice cream, more scrolling, 5 pages. Look at all this productivity. Had lunch, did some work, determined to finish Year of the Witching this afternoon. 54% into my sticky book. I don't know why I called them sticky books. It gives me the ick every time. A Doctor Who book called Touched by an Angel. I don't know what my sticky book would be. I did say Colleen Hoover was a sticky author. I want to read spooky books. So if we're talking, it could be like maybe the 4th U book by Caroline Kepnes, because I haven't read that yet. That could be a sticky book. Or maybe just a thriller in general. I tend to read those quite quickly. 20 pages and a little bit of colouring. Cute. Cheese and onion crisp sandwich. Nice. I love a crisp sandwich with cheese spread though. Like ready salted crisps with cheese spread like Philadelphia. Beautiful. Got home from work, made space in my hall, no reading. Nice. Right? I think my brain just likes to know what's going on. It likes to have order. I can't just go, I'll sit and read until I don't want to read anymore. Like, I have to have a goal. I will say that time goals do work better for me than page goals do. Because with a page goal, if I say I'm going to read 50 pages, by the time I get to 40 pages, I start to get really impatient. I'm like, why am I not done yet? Whereas if I read for an hour, I read for an hour. And then I get up and move on, you know? But yeah, especially if you're reading something big like this. I couldn't do it, though, just out of, like, because if I know that the goal is fake, then I won't do it. So I could be like, oh, I'm going to read Way of Kings. I'm going to section it. But then if I don't have a live show or anything, I don't have a reason to section it, then I'm not actually going to commit to reading the sections per day. I'll read 20 pages and be like, okay, well, I don't actually have to commit to this goal, so I'm not doing it. It's like I try and outsmart myself by being like, you have to do this, but then my brain just goes, yeah, but you don't know. And it doesn't get done. Hello, Ocean. I know, right? She is out of it. This is what happens when she goes to the sitter. She has such a good time. And this time when she's been there was a 6-month-old Labrador puppy, so it was like a vision into the past for her. And that puppy is exactly like she was when she was that age, like not listening to anyone, jumping all over people, constantly playing. And yeah, she's had that all week. And then there was a Rottweiler there as well. So they were running around in a little threesome, causing havoc. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what you're shook about. Well, enjoy the next episode. Oh, dear. Desperate need of a good witchy book for Bird and All the Witches. Going to try Wayward. Third book's The Charm. I've heard very mixed things about Wayward, so I'm not sure if third book is going to be The Charm, but good luck. I actually feel like I listened to somebody say recently that it didn't provide the witchy vibes that they wanted. So, like, feel free to use it for the prompt, because technically, yes, witches, but don't go in expecting it to be super witchy, because from what I've heard, that isn't the vibe. This is a mood. Swapping between 3, but I have thankfully finished 2 of them during these sprints. Look at you go. I don't have Spoopy. Well, actually, I do have Gargantus by Thomas Taylor, which is a sequel to Malamander. That's Spoopy. And I've got like Spoopy romances, like the new Meg Cabot one or the sequel to the XX. I've got that kind of book. But I don't have much for Spoopy. Ooh, I would go to Icebreaker, because I feel like Icebreaker is a very different vibe to what you've been reading, whereas the Bone Season is a little bit dense. You've got this. I believe in you. You can do it. Inspired by the screen time, into reading challenge. So every week I put a goal of my messaging time last week, and it helps me to read so much more, even though I don't always succeed. Nice. First book in the Zodiac Academy series, halfway done now. I hope you enjoyed that series, because I did not. Yeah. The Good Witchy, I was thinking about this. I really like The Ravens by whoever that's by. Danielle L. Page and Cass Morgan, maybe? Kira Cass? Can't remember. But that kind of reads like a slasher, which I really liked. I've heard good things about like The Nature of Witches, which is on my almost priority TBR. Oh no, it's not. I've got Bring Me on Midnight, which I think is also witches. But yeah, the majority of my witchy books are romances, like the XX. Oh, Bewitched by Laura Thalassa, because it's set in the Bargainer world. The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, that's one that I have that I haven't read yet. I have had both, and I love them both. But I grew up with Rottweilers, so I'm a little biased. We've only ever had one German Shepherd, and we've had many, many Rottweilers. So, like, I'm biased towards a Rottie. In terms of them being which one would be a better assistance dog, not a clue. Oh, I did. I read Discovery of Witches, and I really liked it. It reads like Twilight for adults. So if you want like a bit of a not cringy, like a dated, nostalgic, paranormal, like vampire romance, but not in this, like, it's not like in the style of Sookie Stackhouse. It is more like it's literally Twilight, but for people who are like 30. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Wouldn't mind a witchy slasher. I'm definitely in the October Halloween vibes and want that in my books for sure. Not huge on witchy romance, but also haven't read much, so I'm not sure. That's fair. Oh, Want Some Future Witches. There's one. Finished work and ready to read. Not reeve. Very different vibe. Read. Oh, my doggy's sleeping like yours, like they work 12 hours and take care of kids, and now they finally have some rest. I mean, look at it. She's like so out of it. has spooky magic and great vibes. Do I? I do. No, I don't. Do I have Vespertine? I'm sure I do. I don't have a clue though. I was really excited. No, I do have Vespertine. I've got the Fairy Loot edition because I was really excited about Sorcery of Thorns, and I didn't like it because I was going to get the matching Enchantment of Ravens and Sorcery of Thorns in the Fairy Loot editions because I really like an Enchantment of Ravens, and I really didn't like Sorcery of Thorns, and that's kind of killed the vibe. Oh, we got a long one again. This one is 50 minutes, so I am going to read the last, 22 pages I have of this section of Savage Lands, and then move over to my chapter of Fires of Heaven, which actually isn't all that long. I think I might make a cup of tea in this sprint. I think that my next chapter, where's my phone? Oh, it's here. Let's have a look. My next chapter of Wheel of Time is 15 minutes. So I think what's going to happen in this sprint is I'll probably end up finishing my section of Savage Lands and listen to a chapter of Fires of Heaven, and then I have to switch back over to Savage Lands by the end of the sprint, which is wild. I don't think this is the last one because Curtis has to go to the post office, so I think he might be going to the supermarket to get the things that we need for dinner. And I don't have any desire to move anytime soon. I'm having fun. So maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on the length as well. You may as well, Ocean, grab a book. Let's go. Oops. And also, this is very fair, and this is my like everyday mood. 10 more sprints. Right, I will see y'all in 50 minutes. Hello, everybody. I'm not sure how many comments I'm going to be able to click on because Hamilton has my clicking arm. But I made it to page 270 in Savage Land, so I read 30 pages of that. And in between those 30 pages, I read 13 of The Fires of Heaven. So that was 43 pages in total. I've actually read, I think, like... Wow. Is that right? I've read 54 pages of Wheel of Time alone today, and I've read over 100 pages of this during sprints. So we're doing real well. Sandra finished editing with 1 minute left of sprints. Nice. Pam's very close to 50%. Cats are a priority, Caitlin. It's more that, like, he'll start to get really arsey and then I'll fear for my life if I try and move. Kayla is rereading Saga Volume 1 for the short book prompt. Nice. Listened to my book while walking with the baby. Nice, nice, nice. 40 pages on lunch for Kitty. Hi, Emma. How you doing? So did some schoolwork for my social justice course. Nice. Emma went grocery shopping. Katie, good afternoon. Mostly job hunting. Might read some of If We Were Villains later. I'm sorry that you were made redundant. Yes, I will be doing sprints like this again this month, Ali. I will be sprinting at least once a week for the entirety of the Bookopoly. They are going to be a mix of times, though. So these are like daytime, weekday sprints. There'll be weekend sprints, and evening weekday sprints as well. Oh, I don't know who won Ramathon, actually. I know it wasn't me, but I can't remember. I can't remember who. If it's not me, I'm not retaining that information. Gonna continue Nun Massacre for the mirror prompt. Wow. Emily just got back from running errands, ready to sit down with Happenstance. Do I edit more, read, audio and tidy? Audio and tidy, I'm going to vote. No, this is not the end, Space House. We will have at least one more sprint, potentially two, depending on the length. You can't have this, it's tea. I'm sorry that you're ill, Molly, but I hope the Lemsip helped you feel a little bit better. Somebody asked during that last sprint whether Bree's moved at all today. She's moved twice. Once during that sprint, I feel like she heard you. And she just went and got on the couch in the living room, then came back when Hamilton did. And the other time was when I went for lunch. She came with me to have some snacks, and then she went back to bed. She hasn't peed since she got up this morning. She ain't got time for that. She's sleeping. Chelsea has a fourth of Heartstopper Volume 4 left. Did you hear that? Rachel said you're cute. He's clingy is what he is. And now that Bree's calming down with him, he's getting back to his old self where, like, he's just on my knee all the time. So, like, she doesn't always go to him now. Like, she used to, as soon as he walked in the room, she wanted to know what he was doing, and he had no patience for that. So now sometimes, like, if she's sleeping, she doesn't bother him. So he'll just come and get on my knee. I wish I could sleep. I wish I could sleep like that. I feel like if we didn't have guilt for sleeping like that, then we would all sleep like that. She's like, her face is all scrunched up. She is out of it. Both of your animals are a mood. I mean, that's facts. I love how they have, like, distinct personalities, and they're both different. Why is my cat not clinky? I don't know, Sandra. He used to be a stray as well, so I don't know why he's so clingy. No, Rita, nobody else. Well, nobody else. I don't plan for anybody else to be hosting sprints for Spookopoly. I just do them myself. It's easier. I might have guests with me. But yeah, I will be the only person. There's no co-hosts or anything, so it will just be me doing sprints. Hoovered and did housework that sprint. Now I can chill for the next one. Nice. Damn, you still on? It's almost 7 a.m. You started at 2. I'm motivated today. This is what happens when I spend a month away from home and a month away from reading. I feel like I have a license to chill and I actually want to read. So look at him going to sleep here. My cats are just running around. I want cuddles. I do like it when he's actually asleep like this, but when he's awake and he's like, he keeps putting his hand here and squeezing, and I'm like, do not pluck the embroidery on my jumper, please. This was not a cheap jumper. I got it off Etsy. There's so many other readathons with sprints as well this month. Maybe Hammy's still thankful you saved his life. I don't think he knows or cares that I saved his life. I will say that he's never been nasty. He doesn't growl or hiss or scratch or bite. But he has been a little bit more irritable since he was at the vet's when I saved his life, because I think they were prodding at him a lot and he didn't like it, so he got aggy about it. So yeah, it's actually like made his temperament worse. But I mean, as you can see, he's still fine. He's still not nasty at all. But if you really wind him up, he will swipe a bit, where he never used to. Next prompted to pick for is candy corn. Time to figure out what that means. Candy corn is a sweet book, so like low stakes, all vibes, or maybe like a cute romance or something. I have a playful cat, but she loves to cuddle, especially if I'm on the computer. Yes, cats can be so ungrateful. Absolutely, they can. Oh my God, Kristen, that is dedication. 85 more till I'm caught up. That is intense. Thank you very much for your kind words, but like, damn. I leave all of my videos up and I don't think I've ever really privated anything, but like still when people watch them, I'm like, please don't, you know? Oh, thanks, Rita. I'm glad you like them. I do keep saying like, internally saying that I want to do public sprints once a month. On a Tuesday, but I just never do. So maybe one day I will start implementing that. It's because I have, like I was saying about sectioning books, if I have no reason to do it, then I won't. If I have no reason to specifically do public sprints on Tuesdays, then I won't, you know, unless I make it something I have to do, which is why I have lots of responsibilities to actually encourage me to do things, because otherwise I would not. Made Kylie wake up enough for the day's costume pictures, and now she's passed back out in my lap. I love seeing young Becca. Are you saying I'm old, Kitty? Is that what you're telling me right now? That's not. I'm very sensitive right now, Kitty. Have a nap, Amma. Treat yourself. We're taking both cats in for teeth cleaning and checkups next month, and I'm already preparing for the sub. He had his checkup in April or May, I think. And they looked at his teeth and said that they were really clean. And I was like, well, I'm surprised because he doesn't eat dry food. Because they said he was overweight. So I took your biscuits off you, didn't I? Yeah, and you're so moody about it. He eats so much. Alex, go back to Piranesi. Like, make more progress. Get them books finished. Hamilton, he does. He does want some of this too. He absolutely wouldn't like it, though. It's a vanilla chai, but it's like a very cinnamon-heavy, spicy chai. Cat is currently pulling wet laundry off the aero. Loves making more work for me. Bree's the one who tends to do stuff like that. Like, she steals socks out of the baskets. He's quite good for not stealing things. Younger, Becca. I'm not saying you're old. Good. Otherwise, I would have had to soft ban you. Hello, Haley. Wrote my first book yesterday and got a chance card. Now I'm reading the Mindfuck series. I hope you enjoy that one. Maybe I'll read that at some point because the books are very short, aren't they? I do want to read it, but like because I try to prioritize physical books and I don't actually own it, so who knows if I'll ever get to it. Are you dreaming again? She is. Our polls are going. Only found out recently from Spider-Verse 2 that chai just means tea. It does indeed. It does. You can say chai latte, that makes sense, which is what like I'm familiar with because I drink chai. This I've not got milk in, but typically I drink a chai instead of hot chocolate because I find hot chocolate's too sickly. So when it's like heavily milk-based, it's like a chai latte. But yeah, chai just does mean tea. Okay. I'm doing well, Elena. How are you doing? I need to try and roll for our next sprint and sort that out, but with Hamilton on my arm. So let's try this left-handed. These sprints are helping me get through my thesis lit review writing. Thank you, thank you. You are welcome. That sounds horrible. I'm glad this is helping. Okay, it's not the biggest or best sprint, but it's not bad. I think based on this, we'll have at least this one and one more, because that's just 25 minutes. I'm trying to move up so I can... Oh, no. See? My attempts at keeping him here were in vain. Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoy her soul to keep. Oh, I've wondered what a dirty chai is before. I'm not sure if I don't know if I vibe with that. Thank you. You too. Okay. Let's set up this sprint. Right. 25 minutes. I'm aiming to get to page 300. Oh, that's the doorbell, so we're just going to start this sprint. I'll see you all soon. Hello, how'd we do? I read 25 pages, so I'm on page 295, and the timer went off exactly as I reached this paragraph break, which was real handy. So I have 9 pages until I switch back over to Fires of Heaven. Yes, the love hypothesis is also low stakes. Breakfast and listen to more of Pet Cemetery. Sandra did The Speediest Clean. Listening to Sleeping Giants. Hey, I like cross stitch actually better than both, but it's more effort to get my cross stitch out and work out where I'm up to because I'm working on a massive one and have been for the last 10 years. So diamond painting is just easier, I feel, to pick up and just do, and also I'm not as invested in it, and it's not as easy to fuck up. It's not as easy to fuck up. 11 pages of Best Served Cold on page 496. Nice. First 25 of Her Majesty's Royal Coven. I'm hoping to get to the sequel this month. I'm saying it's high on my priority list, but literally everything is, and I have my TBR as well as the things I want to read because it's October. But I'm getting really excited now because I only have 70 pages left. Yeah, I've got 71 pages left of this, which means I will be finishing it today and I get to roll again. Read 20, got to 60. So far, the vibes are vibing. Nice. Read 4 chapters. Read 3 pages and fell asleep. Honestly, that is a mood, Effie, because I am feeling sleepy. Finished my book. Congratulations. 18 of Blood Solace. Nice. Got home from lunch with Grandma and the gym, ready to relax with my book for the rest of the day. I'm skipping the workout today. I'm getting back at it tomorrow because I'm still tired. I feel like my legs are still recovering from all of the walking. Sorry, I'm just checking because Curtis has gone to the supermarket. I'm just checking he hasn't messaged me to clarify something because sometimes he does, which he has not. Read 2 chapters of Nun Massacre. I think this is my first slasher, so I'm excited for people to start dying. Love that for you. Finished my first book, rolled again, landed on Stabby, got 18 pages into The Turn of the Key by Ruth Ware. Nice. Hi, welcome. Completed 2 chapters of The Screaming Staircase, which is book 1 of Lockwood & Co. series, reading, so I can at last watch it. Nice. You are welcome, Beatrix. I'm glad you're enjoying Bird and Blend. You are very welcome, Tina. I hope you have a nice trip. Won a knitting kit with wool from our company's alpacas, so I'm going to learn to knit. That is so cool. We'll work out now and watching YouTube to distract me. Fair. Probably not, because I think I'm going to do 1 more sprint because I'm getting tired. And that will take me to the end of my section of Savage Lands and back into the Fires of Heaven. So by the time sprints have ended, I won't have finished Savage Lands yet. Also, my camera that you're seeing me on is my camera. So I can't roll because I can't move it because of the wires to film it, to show you guys, if that makes sense. I would have to do it digitally. 36 of the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. 2 loads of laundry folded and put away, working on load 3. You are killing it. Also feeling sleepy, made a tea though, but so far it's not helping. Also sick, so I'm trying to push through and not nap all day. Everyone's sick at the minute. The reason we had to postpone the Best Served Cold live show is because Cody and Aaron are both sick. Cass had some last minute plans crop up. Me and Curtis have got a cold that isn't really a cold, but like we're not 100% well. So yeah, but it's back to school season. So most people will be sick right now. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you had a good time. 50 more pages of Blood Solace and I can finally do my first roll. I'm happy for you. Oi! You're not being fed yet. You've got an hour and a half yet. Don't look at me like that. Popped out with sprints to get my allergy shots done and now I'm settled into work. Nice. Started my first book. Everyone in my family has killed someone. I think it'll be a fun read already. It sounds like my personal hell, but I hope you enjoy it. What are you crying for? What are you crying for? He's turned his back to me now. I'm glad. It's nice to be held accountable, I guess, to do things and have like regular check-ins. They're not little from my perspective, Carly. The boy doesn't stop whining. Hello. You don't have to join Savage. Like, this is an interesting question because technically, no, you can also read Savage Lands, but it is my Patreon book club. So you're not technically a part of the book club because it's my Patreon book club and you won't get any of the content. So like you could read the book at the same time as me, but you would have no content or interaction. You'd just hear my thoughts in a wrap-up and a vlog, you know? Oh, I didn't know Dunkin' did pumpkin coffees. I wonder if they do them in the UK. I am like purely jealous. I wish I could just lie down and sleep all day. Like I think it would feel great, but I just feel bad about doing nothing. Ham eats enough. I know. When she's really tired like this, the way she lies sometimes, she looks like she's boneless, like she's turned into a worm. My cat is a big meower as well. Love her, but have the same talk with her every day. You have another 2 hours until dinner. Yeah, because like Brie doesn't start getting antsy about food until 10 minutes before dinner, and Hamilton, like 2 hours before he's being fed, is like feeding you, mother. He's winding his way around my legs now. Go away. Interesting. Right? And obligations and like the need to do something. She's from it's funny as well because like we'll only have this tomorrow. She'll start perking up again, and by the end of the week she'll be like back in full form. But the sitter always takes her out for about 3 days because she's like constantly playing and running around and exhausting herself. You're not wrong. He has the entitlement of every white man that I've ever met. Oh God, it's the screaming at 7 a.m. that drives me crazy, and it's like he doesn't have a time when he starts screaming in the morning. It is whenever he deems it time for food. So like it can be any time between 7 and 9, depending on his mood. And that's when he'll start howling. And like the longer you leave him, the louder he'll get outside of my bedroom door until I eventually get out of bed. And if he needs to poo, well, then he stomps up and down the hallway. And when I get out of bed, he runs to the bottom of the stairs. And then he goes howling into the living room. And if I take more time, he stomps back to the bottom of the stairs, looks up, and like howls. And then like stomps back into the living room until I eventually go downstairs. Thanks. I'm doing the post have just gone up actually. There's a 24-hour readathon happening on Patreon this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, which has 2 sets of reading sprints, 5 hours or 5-ish hours. Because I finish sometime between 11 and 12 at night. on Saturday night, and then 7 hours on Sunday from midday to 7 p.m. There is usually a prompt, but there isn't this time because the Bookathon's happening. So it's just like work on your TBR. Yep. Oh, bugger. It's a double. It is a nice long one though. So 50 minutes. I feel like I should change because I did just get to a chapter break. Normally I'd go to the end of the chapter, but I'm at a good point for pausing. So I guess I'll switch over to the Fires of Heaven early for a chapter and then come back to this for the end of the sprint. I know. I was going to be switching anyway. I only had, how many pages did I have? 9 pages until I was switching. Fair. Hey. Oh, what a shame, Sandra. Let's see if you'll actually stick with it and not DNF it like you did the rest of the books. Okay. This will indeed be our final sprint. It'll take us to 4:20, which gives me half an hour to update the many vlogs that I'm working on right now. Because the Patreon book club has spoiler content for Savage Lands. And I'm obviously making Wheel of Time spoilers as well as my weekly vlog. So I need to update all of those. But yeah, I'll see you all in 50 minutes. Hello. In that final sprint, I read 20 pages of The Fires of Heaven and 14 pages of Savage Lands, so 34 pages overall. In sprints today so far, I think I've read about 150 pages of this and 74 pages of this, so 230 pages overall, which ain't bad. I am killing it for the first couple of days of the month. Nice. Rita finished the first book. Wow, finished a book for uni and finished Slewfoot. Slay. 21% into Lakewood, so it's just set up so far. Finished Saga Volume 1 and cleaned. 119. Of course you did. Of course you did. Finished The Unhoneymooners, then rolled and got to the mirror prompt. I'm using Defy the Night since it has silver reflective lettering. That's a good way of doing it. 30 pages for Kitty. 21 for Anna. I'm so excited to make food. But aren't I always? 85%. Oh God, I just clicked on everything. 85% into my book. I'll definitely finish it today. Only 63 left. How much do I have? 57 left of this. I am leaving now though, Courtney. That was the last sprint, so I can get rid of this. Because we don't need that no more. I mean, at least it was something. Started Soul of a Witch because of the double. Oh, that's also something that I need to read. Oops. Only read 16 because I had lunch and fed the cat. Puppy snuggles. Bit of a study in drowning. Finished my part of Piranesi, 8 pages, 32 pages of the Bone Season. Finally starting to enjoy it. Only took 130 pages. It is quite dense and complicated at the beginning. Oh, coffee. Thanks, I'll try. It is the Buffy watch along tonight for those of you participating. Those are my patrons participating. So that is what I will be doing after I've made dinner. 103 left of the book. Can definitely get it done before noon here. Started Clown in the Cornfield for my daytime read, so I'll read roll 3 and 4 at the same time. You are welcome. This is fair. Hey, I love that, Francie. Okay. I am going to go because I feel like my brain is running low. I was going to say my social battery. It's not even my social battery. It's my brain cells that are depleting. I need to go recharge them. Thank you for reading with me today. I've just read a lot today, so like my head feels like it's not working. But yeah, I don't know. I'll be back at some point next week for more sprints. I don't know what day yet. But I will try to give you a little bit more notice than I gave you this week. But yeah, thank you for joining me. Enjoy your reads. Oh, shut up, Hamilton. And I will see you all very soon. Bye.